Not sure how many people know the history of sort of online communication, but that's essentially what Teams is, right? Is an online communications platform. The concept of sending a digital message from one person to another, which was immediate versus having to typewrite it or mail it, really only started back in the 60s. That seems like a long time ago, maybe to this millennial, but at the same time, it's really not that long ago. It really started with ARPANET. If you're familiar with DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, this is the predecessor. It wasn't until the 70s, early 70s, that one of the guys that worked on ARPANET, which was essentially a collection of nodes across the world, essentially, or the US, of some defense contractors, but also a bunch of universities. They were able to log in, send a message, but it was basically like Skype, kind of. It was chat, but you had to be at the device to receive it. Nobody had their own devices, that kind of thing. So the concept of a mailbox came into being, and it was a guy named Ray Tomlinson who graduated from the same place that I did. So I'm just going to totally take that as a little bit of, something I've got. Oh, perfect. I was going to spotlight myself and I forgot. And I was going to mention, if you are currently watching this not from the Teams app, but from the web, you may now not see the slides. So click the slide button at the bottom and it will bring the slides back up. But for those of you using the app, which you always should do, if you are joining a Teams meeting, you should see both, which would be good. So then Microsoft kind of moved forward with MS Mail in 1991, 20 years between the mailbox invention and getting an actual email client that was available on devices. Only 6 years after that did we get Microsoft Office and Outlook as part of that. So bringing together mail, calendar, tasks into one kind of thing. So things have sped up a little bit, right? Now, when you add to that, 2016, not that much long after, Microsoft Teams rolls out. Now, it was sort of a reaction to Microsoft Slack. I don't work for Microsoft, so I can kind of provide some of these, outsider opinions, and I generally provide those. So in this case, it was, do we buy Slack? Do we, rebuild Slack and call it purple, right? So essentially went forward with the concept of a new app offering within Office 365, and we got Teams in 2016 as a beta, I think it was, and then 2017, the rest of the world got it. On top of that, we've seen some incredible growth. So I like to compare here the daily active usage of Teams to the monthly active usage of Office 365. That is not easy to do anymore because the last time that both numbers came out was late 2020. So what you see here is the sort of massive rise of Microsoft Teams over the course of 2016 to 2020. Now that, of course, has skyrocketed even further. So we have 150 million additional or 150 million people now dealing with Microsoft Teams on a day-to-day basis. But the thing is, even with the pandemic, the adoption rate of this is still reasonably low compared to the rest of the Office 365 platform. So if we compare the two, the number of monthly active users of Office 365 is still more than double of the number of people that are using Teams on a daily basis, at least compared to when the two numbers existed. That gap is what I really want to talk about today. That gap shows that there are a lot of people out there that still are going to be working on and getting into Teams in the future because there's so many people that have Teams available to them, and they're going to run with what they know if we don't take the opportunity to teach them not to do bad things. So think about those bad things. We've been working in email now for close to 50 years. Think about all the bad email etiquette out there. There's a lot of bad email etiquette out there, right? So these are just, some examples. So these items are going to be just brought over into Teams, and that's not going to be fun for anyone. So the idea here is take the opportunity to learn from the last half century of bad etiquette in email, because email, there was no guidance on how to use it when it rolled out. At first, it was very few people had it. It was just a bunch of geeks, then a bunch of academics, probably technically still geeks. Then it worked out into the world a little bit, and it's become more ubiquitous, or is ubiquitous now, but we kind of just learned on the fly. There wasn't a whole lot of, hey, this is the way I do it with a handwritten letter or a typewritten document, and that applies to email. We just kind of learned. And people generally don't actually take the time to sit down with their organization to say, how should we actually communicate? How do we want to collaborate? And everybody just assumes the way that they do it is the way everybody else would want to do it. No, not right. So this is a massive opportunity to say, we have a lot of history in email. Let's take what we learned in that, apply it to a new paradigm, and say, we're going to do it right this time. Now, I'm generally known as a cynic. I will point out the flaws and things pretty constantly, not to be a pain, but like to identify the landmines to avoid, things like that. In this case, I'm very much an optimist because there's an opportunity here. Whether you do it or look at it from the what's in it for me perspective and incentives from a human side of things, or hey, this is new. Teams isn't email any longer. The rules are different, and you just hold their ignorance against them. Do whatever it takes, right? So the comment or thought process here is that poor etiquette is not a new problem in the workplace, especially in communications, and we have a massive opportunity to fix that. So, man, made an update to these slides earlier and just makes me look like a fool right now. Anyway, the reason why, or that all of those reasons basically brought me to create a guide, an ebook. I worked with AvePoint. If you've not heard of them, they're one of the larger third-party tool people out there in the Microsoft cloud. And this basically the paper copy here and the ebook, the PDF, et cetera, are meant to be free, right? This is supposed to provide you a resource so you don't have to develop something internally yourself. You can share it with your organization. Now, I know this is an admin workshop day. I too am an admin, not super technical. Like I'm a GUI guy. If I PowerShell, it's a bad day because I can't PowerShell. But there's a lot of people like me taking over jobs in the admin space where development experience really isn't a thing. And a lot of us don't even know how to use the own products that we administer. So even you hopefully will walk away with some benefits here. So check out the guide that was put together. It's free. And this is sort of a live version of what that guide is meant to be. And that kind of brings us to what we're talking about today. So my name is Matt Wade. I am a Microsoft MVP. Again, that means I do not work for Microsoft. I'm the co-founder of Jump to 365. We put out a number of infographics, videos, blog posts, best practice guidance for users, where Microsoft usually provides the here's what the tool is, here's what. I'm more on the side of here's how to best use it, here's how to apply it in sort of the best ways and using proven practices out there. If you'd like to follow me, by all means, Twitter, or I will accept anybody's request on LinkedIn. And I push really hard on the modern workplace and Microsoft Teams specifically. I was really interested to see some of the outcomes, especially for some of my older posts and stuff when the pandemic happened. A lot of organizations out there, and many of you can probably relate, it required multi-millions of people to die, literally, to pull them kicking and screaming into the modern workplace. And that's essentially where we are now. And people have been brought into this realm having no idea what to do, how to manage, how to govern. And this is not a governance session. This is just more of a, respect your colleagues kind of session. But definitely keep in mind some of the things we talk about here and share with other folks. Now, if I'm known for anything, it's probably the periodic table of Office 365. I'm not bragging. I'm just pointing it out. If you've ever seen this, I'm the face behind it. Me and my business partner, Niels Johansson, out in Denmark, put together the online version, which is sort of interactive, but just for a little context there in case. So this is split up into chapters, just like the book. And the first one is a prologue. Like, what the hell is Teams? What is this thing? So the way I like to put this is breaking it up into the different aspects of, the workloads, if you will. I hate that word, but it works best. So first off, communication through persistent chat. That is the name of the game. File sharing with SharePoint, sometimes OneDrive. We'll talk about that. File editing with Office. Great, right in the app, no context switching, meeting and conferencing, you get that presence and status, and then a bunch of other things to keep people in the app as opposed to having to jump between a bunch of different browsers, websites, apps, whatever else. So the way I like to sort of describe this here is it's, if you take a lot of the features of Outlook and SharePoint and Skype and you wrap it into a purple burrito, you've got Microsoft Teams. And a lot of people have only jumped into this from one perspective. So maybe they needed to do online meetings. Boom, they got pulled into Teams to do online meetings when the pandemic kicked off. Maybe Skype for Business was getting upgraded and that was the way that they chatted. Boom, they're using it for chat. So a lot of people don't even see the app as being the full-fledged platform that it is, which is that on my best days, I don't have to open up Outlook. I don't have to open up SharePoint. I don't have to open up OneDrive. All this stuff is available right inside of this one app, and I jump around to where I need it to be. So when you get into this, I think it's important for people to understand what they're using when they're using Microsoft Teams. So if they're using Microsoft Teams for the team aspect of that, and they create a team and they add people to it and they get that workspace and all that great stuff, there's a lot of stuff that comes with that. This is a very new world for a lot of admins out there, because if you create a team, you're getting a SharePoint site, you're getting an Outlook group in the background, believe it or not, inbox, calendar. Even though it doesn't surface, you can actually surface it with PowerShell. You do get some stream interaction, at least right now, until that probably changes soon. Microsoft Forms is impacted, as is Power BI, Microsoft Planner. So you have all these workspaces. They may remain empty. Somebody may have no use whatsoever for Planner in their team, but it will remain there. And a lot of us kind of look at it as like, oh, geez, it's not used, we should delete it, right? And that's sort of a new paradigm for us as well. Get rid of that concept of an empty workspace is not necessary, because it is. You can't not get the Planner plan with your team, right? Or you can't not get the SharePoint site with your team, even if you're not using it for pages or lists or things like that. So get over that, get rid of the itchiness factor of that, because I know empty containers in the past were something that we didn't like, but that's too bad. We have bigger things to worry about, bigger fish to fry. So know what you're getting when you create this team. Make sure that your users are familiar with what's coming up with this as well. So let's jump into the first real content here. And I will point out, I do have the meeting chat up. So if you want to ask any questions, feel free to jump in. I'm also more than happy to do, if you want to use the raise hand feature, we're going to make use of Teams the way that we should make use of Teams. Happy to let you come off mute and ask questions during the session. So first thing here is general tips. I will always say use the app first, the desktop app or the mobile app. Do not use the web app if you can get away with it for primary usage of Teams. Don't get me wrong, I have Teams open in the desktop app and the browser, maybe in multiple tabs, just so I can get to different content easily. But when it comes to especially meetings, definitely use the desktop app. The other thing is notifications. If I had a nickel for every time somebody says I'm over notified or I can't manage my notifications in Teams, I would be a rich man right now. And for a lot of this, it's personal responsibility. There's a lot of features to manage your notifications that people just aren't aware of. Now, there's the most obvious one, to go into the settings and play with notifications there. But I think the most important ones are these. You are able to silence or customize notifications in a channel. So if you don't want notifications in a channel and somebody mentions the channel or the team, you can do that. Now, if they mention you, you'll still get the notification. So you can ignore things until somebody pulls you in directly, even in a team that has a number of channels that you like most. You can also silence a conversation, a specific conversation, which is fantastic when people go off onto their back and forths that you don't really care about. This is the biggest difference between email. Every email that you receive in your inbox is considered equal as far as Exchange is concerned. Does it filter it out into that other mailbox sometimes now? Sure. Do you have a junk mailbox? Sure. But if I get a reminder to finish that training by the end of the year, and I get an email from my boss saying you better finish this thing today, those emails are equivalent. That's not the way Teams works. You can actually choose yourself what you receive and what the importance is for that. That is a massive paradigm shift that puts so much more power into the hands of the users, as long as they actually take a little responsibility. And guess what? In their personal life, they already do. If they're using their iPhone and they're getting into Facebook or Twitter or Nextdoor or TikTok, they manage their notifications perfectly fine. That skill set applies directly to work. And as long as people are told the connection, the connection is easily made. The other thing here is you can basically block out work if you want to. So have you ever looked at this thing called quiet hours? You can essentially say, don't bother me after 5 p.m. Don't bother me on Saturday and Sunday. Work-life balance, especially right now, is a really big deal. This is something you can set up automatically. You can even identify people to be exceptions to this. So if you do want to hear from your boss, that's fine. Of course, for a lot of people, that's exactly the person they don't want to hear from. Now, let's talk about conversations. So this is in channels. So these are channel conversations, not private chat. We'll talk about private chat in a little bit. First off, when you're in chat, or sorry, in a channel conversation, definitely @mention people to make sure that they see a message. If it's meant for them, if you put them in the to field, do @mention them because they, in a to field of an email, I should say. Do @mention them because just seeing a bold channel name, that's not the way to get somebody's attention. Now, quick tip, if you're not familiar with this, when you start adding somebody into or @mentioning somebody in a chat, you can actually press enter and then either press backspace on Windows or delete on Mac OS, and you can clear out part of their name. And this doesn't work great if your organization uses the last comma first naming format. But it will still be useful if like you have descriptors after their name. So for example, some organizations will include the department name or the office name. I actually consulted for an organization where their names were so long that they actually wrapped in Microsoft Teams. I have a feeling that the product group probably never considered that impact, but it's a really great way to clear out extraneous information and be more informal with people. On top of that, you have the ability to @mention a channel and a team. These are different concepts. Because of those notification settings, if I block notifications on a channel, I will not receive the notification when a channel is @mentioned in that channel that I'm blocking or disabling the notifications. But don't use it anyway. This is so much a spammy thing to do. You can tell people at the beginning of using that team, hey, if you don't want notifications @mentions a channel, set those notifications up. Basically set up your own local governance. When it comes to teams, though, and @mentioning a team, be wary. It's basically spamming. I'm in a number of Microsoft MVP teams on the Microsoft side where we keep in touch, and even we, oh, good Lord, people will @mention the whole team constantly, and it's like, this isn't a discussion forum. It's not Yammer. It's not Stack Exchange. It's not Reddit. Like, @mention the people that matter, right? Create tags. Use tags to identify key people so that you can have a little group name that's called like product engineers or something like that has 10 or 15 people in it. So you don't have to @mention the whole channel or the whole team. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. My other big thing, and this is a certified Matt Wade pet peeve, is subject lines. I personally despise the fact that when you click new conversation, it just opens up an empty text box and you don't have anything else. Everybody, always, 100% of the time, I have yet to see an example where it doesn't apply, should always include a subject line at the beginning of a conversation. Email clients at this point actually yell at you when you don't include a subject line. Teams should probably do the same thing. I've debated this with the product team. I'm still not winning, but it just makes it so much easier to see what you're talking about and like scroll through, but also if you actually take some time to use a good subject line that's descriptive but short, it gives you an opportunity that forces the person posting to actually like summarize what they're saying, and it can potentially help with search. It's just a significantly better experience. Additionally, urgency. When you are actually having a conversation in a team, this is essentially equivalent to email, at least from my perspective. You can disagree and you can have local settings or not settings, expectations, where if somebody sends a message in here, it's equivalent to being texted or send an instant message and a response is urgent. But I look at this as being the same thing as email, just in a much easier to read thread format. And a way to get a hold of people the right way in a more transparent way than having to use email. So don't expect a response today or in the next 5 minutes. Expect a response in 1 to 3 days or whatever the typical email turnaround time is in your organization. The other big thing is reactions. So right now we have 6 reactions. The first one that we ever got was the thumbs up. That thumbs up is way, way, way more useful than a lot of people think. So that can be really great for getting rid of the never-ending reply all emails of got it, okay, thanks, see you then, happy to help, those types of things. Think about all those notifications you get an email and somebody replies like that. 0 value add. I mean, it does acknowledge, so I guess it's like 0.1% value add, but it just takes up notifications and your brain power because, again, your boss might be sending you something super important at the same time you're getting this notification that somebody said thanks. This thumbs up is the same freaking thing. Use it. Use it as an acknowledgement. Even set want to that people are expected to acknowledge to confirm that they've received it or that they've seen it. And the person that posts is the one that gets the notifications, not everybody else. Super, super handy. That being said, the other 5 are pretty useful too. I like to tell people when they ask me, like, how do I know which one to use? Well, always default to the thumb first. After that, if it's not something formal or something that people should, see some sort of acknowledgement on, pick whatever makes sense. How would you use it on Facebook? It's the same 6. Now, just recently announced Microsoft's going to be rolling out pretty much all emoji to this option. This is essentially how Slack works. It's been a big request from a lot of users out there. I'm not sure if I love it. I think the 6, the whole paradox of choice and, using too much brain power on having to choose is going to be a thing. So we're going to have more emoji or all the emoji plus the various different skin tones. So there's a lot of combinations and permutations here. So take that as you will. That being said, I still think that if we did have the 6, we just need to have that good eye roll GIF. But we can't have nice things, right? Now, speaking of GIFs, GIFs are a thing. Memes, GIFs, they show up in Teams all the time. As long as your organization turns them on or doesn't disable them, because they are on by default. So match your meme and GIF usage to your organization's culture. Be wary of how you use them. They're great. I think I have a great sense of humor. I love humor. I like being funny. I like being witty. Other people may disagree, which is very valid, I'm sure. But keep in mind that as you start GIFing back and forth, these things take up a lot of space. And as you get into the inevitable GIF war, because everybody believes they're the funniest person in the world, that goes on forever. And if you have something really important that's text that's like right here, surrounded by the sandwich of GIFs, you'll never find that information again. The search engine might, but you'll never see it visibly. So save those GIFs for elsewhere and use them as is necessary in your organization. Now, Teams has a very big feature set here that you can have guests. People from the outside can be invited in as long as they have a Microsoft account to do so. Great feature. Just make sure that everybody knows. So the little label that says there's guests in your team, pretty small, not very obvious. Make sure people know that before you pull them in. And if you do bring guests in, typically their names look like garbage. And that's because they're pulling in the display names from Azure Active Directory. Not a very nice experience. Sometimes this sort of looks fine and it works its way out, but most of the time it looks pretty ugly. Well, guess what? When you add somebody to a team that's a guest, there's actually a little pencil next to their name. You can rename them. If you're the first person to add that person to your organization as a guest, you have the brand spanking new ability to name them as you would like. So you can make it so it's clean. Now, the word guest will always show up after their name, which is a good thing, but you can make it look so that, a name that's like M.H. Wade can say Matt Wade. So quick tip. Now, a couple other things that I love about Teams is that you can take email, which I hate. So if I only go into it once a day or less, I wish. You can actually forward emails over to Microsoft Teams. So there's 2 options. The one we've had pretty much forever is this first one. It's actually my preference. It's called email a channel. So every channel has an email address. You can send an email to that channel. It basically makes a copy of it, uploads it to your channel, drops the email itself, the file, into the Files tab, and any attachments are also dropped in the Files tab. So you now have a copy of those files that you can work on and collaborate on internally. So let's say a vendor is sending a proposal to you and 10 other people via email. You forward the email into the channel. You discuss, dicker, have your conversations, do your editing, work on that final copy that you're going to send back. Deliberate on what your final response to that person is going to be, and you have one reply all back with that updated information and perhaps updated copies of those attachments. It's actually beautiful. Now, competing with this, because it finally rolled out just recently, is the concept of sharing to teams. This is something built into Outlook, so you can only do this in Outlook. Emailing a channel, anybody can send an email to that channel as long as they have the email address. You can restrict it by domain if you want to. Very easy to do in the email channel settings. But this is probably easier because it just kind of shows up in Outlook and kind of is in people's faces. Also, it allows you to send stuff to private chat, not just a channel. But there's some restrictions here. You can't, if you have 10 attachments and you really only want to send 2, if you share, you take all or none on the attachments, which can be kind of annoying. You also have less control over editing certain things. So like if I forward an email, I can actually edit the email because it's just an email and the original information being sent to maybe summarize it. So it's not the block of text the person originally sent, because the audience in this case isn't who received it, it's who's going to receive it in Microsoft Teams. But this is handy too, because you are able to send a private chat if you want to. Now, another big topic here is meeting ownership. That is not the topic for today, but it is a very important aspect. Understanding the settings that you have for your team, how many owners you have. I still think 3 is a sweet spot. People disagree with me constantly on this one, but like you have 1, not enough people. That person isn't in the office or whatever, they're out, or they decide to, they either win the lottery, get lost in Disneyland, or the more negative one, get hit by a bus on the way home. You don't have a backup. But if you have 5 or 10 people that are owners, there's not really any real ownership. So that primary owner, primary backup and secondary backup. That 3 is a sweet spot for me and still applies in my head, but there's a lot of settings here, so definitely take a look at that. All right, so that brings me on to channels. I'm just going to take a quick look here at the chat. Let's see. Just learned that you can drag and drop emails from Outlook to Teams channel files tabs if you don't need to have a channel conversation, but it only seems to work in Outlook desktop and not Outlook for the web. Jason, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh no, that would make sense because it's really just a file drop. Because an email is a file, so that's super handy. I'm not surprised that you can't do it from Outlook for the web because you can't that would be like wanting to take a file in your OneDrive in the browser and then dragging it to your desktop, which I'm pretty sure you can't just drag stuff like that. But that's a good tip. I like that. Let's see. Great resignation aside, I'm living the great unsubscribe dream, and changing notifications from email to app notifications on my phone has been a huge win. Great. Yeah, glad to hear that, Jessica. There's a lot of good stuff out there. And then let's see. Tim's promoting a 1 p.m. session in the automation track. There's been a change in the speaker sessions. The new 1 p.m. in the automation track will be Microsoft Viva Topics with your very own Michelle Gilbert. So if you like content management and knowledge management and AI, definitely check that out. All right, so this brings us on to channels in general. First off, you can rename a channel. If you do that, make sure everybody knows that because it's not obvious. There's a little notification thingy, I think, in the post section, or maybe that just moved to the information tab and it's not displayed anymore. I can't remember. Things change all the time. But also, if you change the channel name, the folder name in SharePoint may not change. That just got announced as being theoretically rolling out at the end of October, but it still says rolling out, not launched. So hopefully that folder name change in SharePoint will apply. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, try changing a channel name in a test team that you have. Then open in the Files tab in SharePoint and see what happens to the folder name, because it may not change. And if you try to change it, you break the connection. No bueno. Also, emoji can be really useful in a channel name. Helps kind of brand the channels. Not great for every situation, but can definitely be useful. Also, I generally name the channel first, then rename it to add the emoji, because a lot of the times I don't necessarily trust SharePoint to deal with the emoji in the URL because the emoji is part of the URL. But of course, now that you change it and the name gets changed, that might be less of an issue. But also note that you'll see the alphabetical order doesn't work, and that's because emoji don't have alphanumeric precedence within the alphabet. So something to be aware of. But the big thing about channels for me is that you probably don't need as many channels as you think you do. A lot of people just kind of ad hoc, willy-nilly add channels, and it goes on forever and ever and ever. And if you do hive mind sort of solutioning like that, nobody's going to be really happy. You really need to have some ownership of this. So set up your channels with 4 to 8 or something to start. And then as you need more, definitely go forward and sort of talk it through. You may even want to turn off the ability for members, especially in a large group, to just add channels, as they feel necessary. Now, I do see a question here. Corey, do you want to ask a question? I see a hand up.
What's a good trigger for creating a new channel? Or is that just planning out of the box?
So I think that's a great question. I think that you want to sit down and think about it before you create your team. Be strategic to start, but be flexible moving forward. So try to consider all the different opportunities that you might have or the needs that you may have to organize things by channels. I think that you kind of have to consider for example, I'll give you an example in my own business here. So we are working on a number of different Power Platform templates, right? So initially we had a team and we split everything up by channels. So we have a QA, we have a marketing, we have a releases, design or development, that split them all up, and then had a channel each for each of the templates that we're working on, and then split everything up file-wise in the files tab by folders. Eventually we decided that's going to get too long and it's too hard to deal with. So we created a separate team for each of the templates, and then split up those channels based on the typical project deliverable steps. But also, I'm not the developer, I'm not building this stuff, so I don't really need to look at the development channel. I want to hang around more on the marketing and user guidance channel because I'm more of the writer and I'm more of the marketing kind of person. And as you run into the situation where somebody says, geez, I don't really know where to put this. Where would I put this? That's when it's time to sit back or, step back and kind of take 5 minutes in the next staff meeting you have and say, all right, what do we think? And get people involved. Don't just make a decision willy-nilly. Now, that's more for the smaller, like collaborative working teams. If you have a huge team, just assume that people will provide feedback if necessary. So like, in one of the consulting gigs I've had, I put together basically a user forum. We couldn't use Yammer wasn't available. And I have teams with different channels in there. So from that, they're able to ask about meetings, files, SharePoint sites, things like that. And I set that up. Now, if somebody comes out and says like, I got a question about X and it doesn't align with any of those channels and it seems like there's a need for that in the future, add that channel. And for me, that was more of a dictatorial move. But if you're in a smaller group and you want to be more collaborative, make sure people have buy-in. So that discussion is really important, I think. But that's a good question. All right, so I mentioned GIFs and memes a little earlier. I'm really big on the keep them in a specific spot if you can. So maybe have a channel that's called water cooler. There's actually I always use there's a water closet emoji in the emoji library. It's just WC. So I always use that, and WC water cooler. And I tell people, use your GIFs and memes there. Try not to use them very much elsewhere if you can avoid it, again, for that spacing and being able to see stuff issue. The other thing is the general channel. So every team has a general channel. Lots of teams only have a general channel because people don't realize they can create channels. Unfortunately, you kind of have the diehards that either make too many channels or the people that have no idea they can make channels and they just stick with the general. That general channel can't be deleted, can't be edited. You can't move it, you can't hide it. It's always there. So make use of it. It's a really good miscellaneous spot, especially to announce things and send out messages. And in some, especially bigger ones, I'll actually disable the ability for people to start their own posts, and I'll use that specifically for announcements and allow people to reply. In more collaborative ones, again, it's sort of an ad hoc space to kind of ask meta level questions. Now, I mentioned announcements. When I say announcement, I don't actually just mean like the concept of an announcement. There is a post type called an announcement, which you should see on this end, where you can place an image at the top. You can get a subject line, which is more like a subtitle, and then like big text on top of that image or that background color. So this is really useful to make a big splash and say, hey, take a look. Now, don't overuse these, because if your entire channel is just made up of announcements, they don't stand out anymore, right? So reserve it for big things. But my big picture takeaway on this channels chapter is really only create a channel when you need to. Convince yourself, make it a strategic decision, and make sure that you know that you have to do it, because otherwise you're just going to end up with 35 of them and you'll have no idea where anything is. Now, channels aren't just existing in their own vacuum. There's a thing called private channels. So this came out in, I think, 2019, maybe 18, I forget. It's been a little bit of a while now, but they were something people asked for a long time. Now, this is a really complex solution for a really complex ask. And I know people will say, gee, why do they work that? Why are they so complex? And it's because people don't really realize what they're asking for here. If you come from the Slack world, a lot of people were comparing teams with channels in Slack. Sorry, no, let me rephrase that. They were comparing channels in Teams with channels in Slack, which is an incorrect comparison. So a channel in Slack is the same thing as a team in Teams. Channels in Slack don't have subgroupings. Now, eventually Slack came out with that next level up. I forget if they're workspaces or something like that. I can't remember. But the concept of a team exists now in Slack. But everybody was saying I needed private channel. Well, you already had them. It's called a team. But they wanted that next level down. So Microsoft went forward and kind of, did that. But it means that there's actually some serious implications here. First off, the people that typically want a private channel are like finance and business people, and then managers, people who have content they don't want others to see. But let's be honest, the people that own teams a lot of the times are perhaps younger, perhaps more tech savvy, perhaps lower on the totem pole. And there's content in those private channels that really shouldn't be shared. Well, if you look back at that M365 group, you get that SharePoint site in the background for all the files. Well, if you're the team owner, that SharePoint site, you have access to everything. And even if the private channel just created like a library with specific permissions in the SharePoint site, that owner can still do whatever the heck they want. They can, undo the permission setup. So that's why private channels are really complex. What happens is they basically create like a little mini team within a team. And all private channel members have to be at least already members of the team. So you can't have like 5 people that are members of the team and then add 25 people to the private channel. You have to always use it as a subset. And then not all the team owners are going to be private channel owners. So if one random person creates a private channel, they're the owner of that. And the team owner can see the channel name and the description. One other thing, I forgot. And they can also undelete it if it gets deleted, but they're not necessarily the owner. So if you were creating private channels, you basically took on the responsibility of being a team owner here. And then the thing is, the Files tab connects to a completely separate SharePoint site. It is not related in any way whatsoever to the original one. It has the same name with a dash and then the name of the private channel, but that's the only thing that they have in common. Otherwise, every other site in the system is just as disassociated from the team's main site as the private channel site is. So I generally tell people, like, I have not seen a great use case for these. People love them because I think they're comparing them to like folder structures in shared drives, which is not a great thing to like lead with in a modern workplace. So I try to tell people, like, really, really convince yourself you need a private channel because it takes a lot of effort to manage. It's hard to come back from. You don't have certain apps available. Can't have a channel meeting, can't have a planner tab. There's a few other things, limitations that come in there, but feel free to take a look at that article if you're interested. Let's see, Kirk said, I'm currently having a discussion about private channels with users and why they probably need a new team instead. That's what I say. Why not create the new team? And the response is always, well, that's just so many teams. It's like, yeah, so what? So favorite your channels and the teams that you want. You can pin them at the top. Go for it. So Matthew said, does Teams have an equivalent to the collapse command in Slack? I use that feature to reduce the visual space taken by big GIFs and memes. I like your water cooler Teams channel idea. I don't know. We use Slack here and there, not a whole lot. I'm definitely a Microsoft guy, although I will say that I'm surrounded by thousands of dollars of Apple products right now. Fun fact, Office is best used on Mac OS. So I don't use Slack a whole lot. I do know that the sort of experience of the chat is going to be a little more condensed soon. They're going to roll that out in 2022 because of the massive feedback that came in about that, but something to keep an eye out for. All right, so I finished my rant about private channels. They're all bad every time, you know. But let's talk about some files here. So Microsoft Teams gives you access to files. And I can tell you from consulting gigs and other organizations that I've worked with, people love the fact that the files are so easily available here. They don't necessarily know that it's SharePoint behind the scenes, which can be good because a lot of people still hate SharePoint from like bad experiences they had back in the past. But I think actually SharePoint's a pretty good experience these days. But really, the big thing here is because you have files now stored in a cloud medium, you don't have to attach things to anything anymore. No more of that merging or having 15 copies of things or naming files, you know, _draft, _draft reviewed, _draft reviewed MHW, _draft reviewed MHW _PST. No, ridiculous. Don't do that. Use the fact that you have version history built in if you want to actually track things over the course of time. Have that single source of truth always. Move files between teams so you can manage who has access at what point. Really, really important. And when you reference these things in a conversation, link to them. Don't upload a new copy of it into a team unless there's some super strong need for it. So I do a lot of transferring of things from OneDrive to a team, from a team to another team, depending on the place where it is in its current draft form. I like to draft in OneDrive first so that people can't see what I'm writing yet and they can't jump on me too early. Then I open it up for review. Then I open it up for later review. And then we publish it to, you know, a communication site or online or whatever else. So definitely use this and try to push the single source of truth mantra moving forward. Let's see, Lynette said the backend SharePoint site for private channels also doesn't show up in the admin center unless that's changed. That was definitely the case at the beginning. I think that has changed, although I'm not going to make any promises there. But boy, I really hope that it has. I haven't had to look anytime recently. You can pull it with a PowerShell command, but again, I'm a GUI or die guy, so PowerShell is unacceptable for me. All right, files. You're in SharePoint, 250 gigabytes, huge. Used to be 15, before that 10. Back then it was actually like an issue. Now it's not. You should never have a file issue whatsoever. I don't think people, I think people putting together motion pictures, you know, people at Sony or Disney or Pixar are the ones that actually have to care about this. The other thing that Teams does is kind of pushes really hard back on the whole concept of SharePoint metadata. Now, I was always a guy that metadata is great when it makes sense, but not great when it doesn't. And I know for a long time, there was a lot of SharePoint folks out there that were like, folders are terrible, folders are terrible. That's not the case. Folders are useful when they're useful. But think about it. Be strategic. Just like when you're looking through your channels or designing your channels or putting your teams together, sit down and think and talk. Like your next retreat, don't do trust falls. Don't waste your time on that. Use your time to talking about like, how do you actually work, right? Like, how do you communicate? How do you want to communicate? So these folder structures can be a nightmare because the longer you get or the deeper you get, I need a Rand McNally atlas to get around here. It's insane. So don't do that to people. Try to stick to like 3 levels of folders deep. That's from like a human perspective, but also there is a URL limit of how long a URL can be. And the more folders you add, especially if they have long names and the file name, you can potentially have an impact there. This is going to be even more impactful in private channels because the private channel site has the name of the team and private channel, then your folder structure, which is, not great. So continuing on here, the other big thing is syncing. So if you are all users in the system, you have OneDrive for Business Sync Client, as it's called, or the OneDrive Sync Client. It actually works for both personal accounts and work accounts. That big file type, though, that's the file size support is important because back in the day, I think it was last year or the year before, every time you made changes, the file would fully upload and download, which is not good. That was actually one of the reasons why the size limit was like 10 or 15 gigs. Now it's 250, and that's because it does differential syncing no matter what file type you're using. So if you're making an update to an Adobe Premiere file that's 27 gigs, back then when you made changes, it uploaded the whole thing. Nightmare. But this offline access is just so good, right? So you're able to basically say, I want to save these files offline. So I'm going to be at so-and-so's, my client's office, and I don't know about their Wi-Fi network, or if I'm going to have cell service for a hotspot locally, and I need to make sure that that agenda file, backup files, the dashboards, and the presentations and whatnot are available for me to see or even present, right? So I do presentations like this pretty frequently. And when I'm at a conference, I ain't dependent on conference Wi-Fi for me to have access to the content that I need. You need to make sure that you have the syncing down, but it's complex. So if people sync things from a team or from a SharePoint site, they might think that to unsync, they have to delete. Not great, because it deletes stuff from everybody else. Now, at least you have a backup the recycle bin can be restored from. That's great. But there's also now a tool called add shortcut to OneDrive. So you can take a folder or a library within a team and actually control, add that folder at the top level of your OneDrive, which is just really, really useful. But know about syncing, know about its benefits, and know about its risks. And then, of course, you have that SharePoint site in the background. Use it. So much great stuff in SharePoint. Pages, libraries, Microsoft Lists, formerly SharePoint Lists, rebranded because we needed something to compete with Airtable. But yeah, super, super great. And then, of course, everybody always asks me, can I protect or change the permissions of files and teams? Yeah, you can. I mean, it's not great. If you want to go off and manage the permissions in SharePoint and take away people's edit access to make it view only, that's fine. Just write it down someplace, document in your team, like have an owner's manual or owner's like history thing, because playing with permissions and managing those in the future can be a nightmare, especially if you don't document it or have somebody else, maybe 2 other people, so there's 3 owners, each have sort of an understanding of what the permissions are and why. So you can always do it in SharePoint. You can't do it from Teams, at least I don't think yet, but definitely beware. All right. So I'm going to kind of fly through these. I'm going a little bit long here. My commentary has been more than usual. So we still have private chat meetings to talk about. So private chat, Microsoft calls this group chat. Hate that term. The word group has already been stolen from the vernacular of English by Microsoft. So I stick with private so we know we're talking about direct messaging and basically instant messaging. So when it comes to chat versus Teams, this is one of the bigger which tool when questions for me. Use chat only for like one-off ad hoc things. Work-related stuff should always be in a team. Always, always, always. If a decision or a debate or something is happening, it should always be happening in a team so that there's actual visibility of it for other people. So the urgency of it, though, is more like Skype or text message or something like that. I would expect that I'd get a quicker response if I send somebody a private message. Make that known, that that's sort of the expectation. On top of that, and to sort of echo, keep the conversations ad hoc. If you start veering into work-related conversation, it really should go back into a team. If you don't have one with the membership of the chat that you're working with, create one. It's not that difficult. Favorite that channel or pin that channel for now if you need to. And then keep member count low. If you're getting up to like 40, 50, 60 people, that's work-related conversation, unless you have some huge, I don't know, fantasy football league or something. But put that in a team so that when people join and leave, they actually have access to the content moving forward. And then you can always add people to a chat and they can see stuff earlier on if you actually make it okay. So if you've never noticed this, make sure to choose the right one, because if you're bad-mouthing Bob 3 days ago and you add Bob to the chat, make sure you can't see the stuff that you were saying 3 days ago. And then be very wary of sharing files in private chat. This is one of those reasons why, to me, private chat and OneDrive are crutches. People just automatically drop files into OneDrive and they automatically chat. If you share a file in a chat, it gets uploaded to your OneDrive. Not great. Now, if you do that, that's fine. Just know that you can actually change permissions. There's actually the ability to update permissions on a file you share in a chat. But once this file is uploaded, it gets uploaded to your folder in your OneDrive called Microsoft Teams chat files. It is not a centrally located spot. It is only permission opened to whoever you share it with. So if you're actually trying to collaborate, don't use OneDrive. People, once they leave the organization, their OneDrive gets deleted. If there's a business critical file, good luck. And then availability status. The big one here I want to talk about is the open circle. Did you know that the open circle, there's a version of available, away, busy, do not disturb, and out of office with the open circle, version for all of those. And every single time it means that you're out of office. If you see somebody with an open circle status, leave them alone. Especially if it's green, they're probably just checking in on their mobile device, because if they do check in on their mobile device, it shows them as green, even though it says they're out of office. But be wary of what their statuses are. And then, of course, you all probably know this as admins, but do not assume you have privacy. A number of times get asked whether or not somebody can see their messages. It's kind of laughable. Of course, they could see your email 20 years ago, too. Okay, so I'm going to finish up here with meetings and calls. And this is a really big aspect of Teams, right? So a lot of people moved into Teams, especially in March 2020, just for the meetings, because they had to go home. They had to be working from home and be online to communicate. So be wary or knowledgeable of what this sort of new type of meeting you can have in Teams. This is not a meeting type that exists in Skype or that you could do from Outlook. And that's the channel meeting. You can add a channel or schedule a meeting in a channel. Whether or not people get an invitation, though, kind of unpredictable. Not a great setup, actually. Very useful when you use it correctly, but just know that if you have an older team, it may send invites to everybody. And if you have a newer team, I say newer, I think the change happened in 2018, summer of, they won't get invited to it. You have to invite people still explicitly, but it's very visible so people can see when the meetings are happening. Now, when you're in a meeting, make sure you have a good background. You are the only person that can't really see your background. I can see my background a little bit, but I also know that there's nobody going to be walking behind me. The cat's sitting right over there, and she's being very content right now, so she may not bother us. But if I didn't have a nice professional-looking background, and I work from home, so I've invested in this, right? But I can always replace my background. Do that. Don't risk there being some sort of embarrassment of your kid running around with their shirt off or something during a meeting. Additionally, follow the chat. So the chat's great for conversation. We're doing it right now. I actually like using PowerPoint Live, which is what I'm using right now, because I can have the chat open at the same time. If you do a lot of screen sharing, the chat's kind of hard to find, hard to see, especially if you only have one monitor. I have two in front of me, so I could always have Teams open on this side while I share the content from this monitor. But you can always join from your mobile device to follow the chat if you want to. And then video. I'm one of those guys that will say be on video all the time for a conversational or smaller meeting because there's so much more being presented by the visual, by body language, by facial expressions than you can ever get over voice. You can probably see that. I'm a reasonably animated guy, especially when I'm talking about something I'm passionate about. You get that much more from this experience here than you would if I was just talking. So stick to video when you can. But the big thing here is stay on mute when you are not talking. So actually during this session, I've had to click mute all a couple times because there's background noise coming from other people. It's not great. I know a lot of people are really big on the always stay off mute because I want to be able to just jump in. I'm not a big fan of that because you're the only person who can't hear the distracting noise coming from your microphone. So the irony is the only person that can fix the problem really can't hear the problem, right? Now we're supposed to be getting a push to talk sometime soon. We'll see how that is. It's not going to be just press space. I think it's 3 keys. Maybe it's 2, I forget, but it's not going to be super easy. But that will be a benefit once people know that it's there. So this is another certified Matt Wade pet peeve. Now, when you are working or collaborating, share your content. If you literally try to stay on the same page. Yes, you can all have a Word document open and be editing at the same time. But if you're leading the meeting and you want people to see where you are, share the window, share the screen. Whiteboard is great. If you haven't used that before, that's available in your share tray. So definitely share your content for usability. You can also, now granted, the user experience in Teams for being able to show things next to each other and using that new presenter mode, which I did not use this time because I have to sort of redesign my slides. I'll set this up right now though. You now see me in front of my slides, but you kind of have to design your slides so that there's space right around you, right? There's not a whole lot of option for that. You can do it, but it's kind of up to you. So let me re-spotlight. And I'm going to remind you, if you are joining from the web right now, you may now have just pushed it to just me. You can just click the slides again to bring it back. So you can actually place a webcam video feed next to other content and share your screen. This is a little bit bandwidth intensive, actually a lot of it. I use a Mac. QuickTime works great for it. Actually way better than any option in Windows. You can use the Windows webcam, you can use like VLC player or whatever, and put those things next to each other on the same screen and then share the screen. You really need two monitors though for this to work, but it's super, super useful. Now, when you are sharing your web page, if you decide to, make sure to zoom in. Control or Command plus or the equal sign will zoom in. If it's big enough, do it once more. And if you're on the receiving end, you can actually zoom in with your rolly ball mouse or two-finger scroll on the screen that's being shared. Quick tip. And then if you want to take the meeting on the go, if you're on your desktop and you're like, all right, I got to go, do that thing that requires me to get in a car or a train, you can actually just join the meeting from your phone and it will leave the meeting from your desktop and join on the phone. Sometimes I join on both. You'll see that there's an option at the top there for join this device. And then if you want to know more about Teams meetings and some tips and tricks and best practices, things like that, join me at 2:30. I'm going to be talking about basically a much longer version of that last section about meetings and calls, best practices, how to lead a meeting correctly, how to use roles, things like that. The spotlight, for example, what that is and why. So definitely join that if you're interested. And I'm going to wrap up here and kind of talk about this. We're not in a world of a nirvana here, and we very well could be in the future. But this is that opportunity now. Putting my optimist hat on for the rare few times that I do that, take the opportunity here to use the new paradigm of collaboration and communication that Microsoft Teams offers. Learn our lessons from bad email etiquette and push people towards this now so that they see that, oh, there are good ways to do this. There are good ways to manage my notifications. There are improved ways for me to make sure that I only see the messages that I want to see, not the ones that just anybody else can abuse my inbox for. So there's some work to be done. Adoption is a big thing, having good training resources, and just best practices, proven practices, and social sort of holding each other accountable. Discuss what you want to do. Talk about it for 5 minutes during, have a 5-minute tips and tricks session each staff meeting that you have and kind of go through what your opportunities are and how you can potentially improve. Hold people accountable, test for a week. If it works, great, keep it going. If it doesn't, revert back. Not a huge deal. So with that, I say thank you so much for having me today. I did mention you can grab the ebook. So the ebook is free. You can get that. It's linked on the third, I think, item on this slide. That ebook actually led to something that Michelle is notably connected to as well, which is a book. So I put out a book over the summer, and it's basically a step-by-step guide for end users. So that's everybody. Even if you're an admin, you can absolutely benefit from this. Michelle Gilbert is the technical editor of this document. So if it's wrong, I blame her absolutely all the way, 100%. And if it's right, it's because of me. But otherwise, a bunch of resources here. Definitely check them out. A whole bunch of things you can kind of take a look at, decide what you want to share with your organization, with your colleagues, all that kind of stuff, and just talk about it. Have a family time and actually discuss what's available. So I'll open it up now. I know there's only a couple more minutes, but feel free to click the link for the survey. And you can also get the slides here on my website. I think they're probably going to be available somehow centrally through the organization, but I'm not quite sure. So I'll say thanks so much and open it up for questions. Feel free to raise your hand or if you want to use chat.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. I think there are some questions. Tim will go ahead and moderate, and just appreciate and look forward to your next session.
All right, Matt, thank you very, very much. I'm not quite sure. It looks like we had a question from about 6-7 minutes ago from Jason Hughes. Do you know if you got that one? Is it possible yet to add additional people to an already scheduled reoccurring meeting without sending notifications to everyone as an update to the meeting, such as a channel meeting?
So you can do that in Outlook by doing a forward as opposed to updating the meeting itself. That's the only way that I know how to do it. Because Teams doesn't have a forward option, you have to look at it from the Outlook side of things. I think that would get you what you want. If it's a channel meeting, fun fact about channel meetings. So you have to be a team member to be able to see the channel meeting in the team, of course, and to access the chat and to access any shared files that are stored there. But you can forward a channel meeting. So if you actually have it on your calendar in Outlook and you press forward, you can send it to anybody, it turns out. They just can't see the chat and they can't see the files. The reason I know that is because somebody asked me that question, and it's like, good Lord, why are you asking me that question? But yeah.
All right. I will, real quick here, just so everybody can hop on another session. If you're here, if you want to hang out, Matt, or anybody else has additional questions, they can certainly hang out in the channel. But I'm going to spin my wheel of random for all the people that contributed to the conversation and asked questions today, and we're giving away that $25 gift card. So here we go. The winner is actually Sydney Thornton. There we go. So I've posted the link both to the survey in the chat, and then the rest of a little bit further up in the chat is our speaker wall where you can pick your sessions, or if you want to hang out here with Matt and ask some additional questions. But thank you very much, Matt. That was excellent.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me. I'll be happy to stay around for another 10 or 15 minutes if you want. Happy to answer questions. By video and audio would be preferred, actually, since we can have a real conversation. But otherwise, the meeting chat's there too if you need. All righty. Well, hearing nothing and seeing no comments in there, thank you again very much, and hope to see some of you in the meetings, tips, and tricks session later this afternoon. Take care.